very easy to close now. Yeah, you went down. Oh, sorry, I mean,
The small thing. Probably don't do it again though. I mean, don't use it. Just get.
for popcorn members, right? What's that? Because they were participating, right? So shouldn't they be changed back to their time? Okay, but they just like and they are helping them. So I never say anything but now I think I made it very clear in terms of a helper of sorts. And you cannot conveniently just switch Hey, Jerome, what are you doing? Can you focus?
Is there any chance I can get like internet access here? Because I cannot get to Fencing Time Live, and I can't see the previous result.
So yeah, if you happen to see them coming over, people tell them to go back.
Because the guy came from behind
Then you shouldn't
should
be
be standing
positioned
up.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, you should be standing up here and making sure that everyone goes through that way. Okay? Yeah. If you find that there's an issue, then you'll just put a Q pole across here. Then you're done.
Got one more there.
Okay?
Yeah. One more
Alright.
person going
Do
there.
we still have
I'm so sorry. I let so many people cross already. Yeah.
Where's the camera? It's up there. Yeah. So you are manning that side.
no more?
I guess you quickly go over because this one finished already. Go, 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 go. Go around now.
again? Yes. Okay.
Don't cross. I guess Andrew over there. I have no idea. I think cannot cross. Don't cross here. Then when you I'm here to make sure you don't cross. He's the fencer. What the fuck you want me to do? Like,
So I cannot go there.
yes,
What?
go out.
No, but what's the reason?
Camera. Yeah. Hey, sorry, you cannot.
I will sit with myself.
Go back. She's gonna cross again, Dave.
Hello, hello. Do you hear me out there? Yeah. Hi. Hi, world. Nothing? No. Hello, hello. Henry.
I didn't know there was no draw there. Was it draw? Was it required to draw?
Okay, but we're on, right?
I don't know.
All right, excellent.
I've asked it. Yeah, I didn't know. Check, because just now, right?
So do we have people on the live stream yet?
And then the referee. But then, right, it wasn't a fight. So she know, right?
Welcome to the live stream, you guys.
It means I lost.
Good to be early birds, as they say.
Yeah, I go ask Andrew, Andrew tell me no. Even if you never score five, right, you must still have. So what must I if you like basically you win a buck, right? Must be a B, right? Must be a B and a point. Yes, correct. Oh yeah, B and a point. Correct. Wait, then this rows is where I reference, right? Rows is yeah, correct, yeah. And then on top got all the numbers, right? Yeah. I think if I never check just now, right, I would have just gotten out. Or I think if they never check the thing, so that means like sometimes I lose. For that group, right, I thought draw again. I was 3-1 against you. Then I thought you okay, I just try maybe go for green. He scored another 2 points. So we 3-3. So I just stand there and stare at him, Then we let the clock tick down. So I thought you were 3-3. Yeah. Throughout then. You already. I wouldn't continue. I already decided that you beta lah. I decided already. You know what fantasy game?
Time 145, right? Yeah. Yeah, 140. We should be actually starting our live stream shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
I really think I have to destroy it. Like, you know, everybody taking care of it and then you cannot do anything. Yeah, but they're all friends also.
Okay. If I have a little table, that'd be nice. All right. This is the Asian Varsity Fencing Championships 2023.
And we're coming to you live from the Yongpeng Hall School of Law at SMU. All right, on the piece right now we have Jefferson Chong on the left and Hua Ji Che on the right. Wave high, guys. And the bout is refereed by Mr. Neo Gi. So this is the first semi-final. We're about to start. All right. So Jeff is on the left with the red lamp, and Zicha is on the right with the green lamp. All right. So for those of you who are coming to watch fencing for the first time, the bout will go to 15 touches. The first to reach 15 points will win. And Jeff scores the first of those 15 touches. Defenders will fence to a maximum of 3 rounds of 3 minutes each, with a 1-minute break in between. All right. And as long as they reach 15 points, they'll win. They don't have to get to the 3 complete rounds. So depending on how fast they fence, you'll see the scores come quickly or at a more measured pace. All right. Behind you, behind the fencers next to the wall is the scoring box, which will show the lamps and the time that's clicking down. 2 minutes 23 right now with a double touch. Now, when 2 lamps come on, both fencers will score, as you saw. So the score stands right now at 2-1. Zicha with a bit of a flash there. The referee is signaling that he saw the stop. The defenses were crossing, so that touch won't count. Score still stands at 2-1. So it's the start of the match. Both fencers slowly sizing each other up, pushing forward and back. Zicha came off a little bit more aggressively and did a few flashes. He misses his attack this time into the low line. I think he's trying to hit Jeff on the thigh, it looked like, but he fell short, and Jeff was able to take over with a nice flash of his own and scores a single touch. 3-1. 1 minute gone, 2 minutes left in the first round of 3. So in Epe, it's important that you're able to strike your opponent early and first, because if you hit your opponent just a little bit too late, then only that person who struck first will score, right? So it looks like Jeff has just asked the referee to check his weapon. And what happens here is that if the weapon fails to work when the referee checks it, it effectively prevents the opponent from scoring. So that was an interesting exchange there. Jeff had a nice chance to score, but it looked like when he hit, no light came on, and the green light came on instead. So he checked with the referee. Indeed, the weapon wasn't working, so the referee's not going to give the point to Zicha there, even though his light came on. And Jeff has gone to fetch another weapon. Now the referee's just checking it to make sure it's regulation. And off we go again. So the score still stands at 3-1. And you can see that Jeff's non-working weapon has been confiscated and put next to the table there. All right. So the fencers will restart from where the last exchange was. And we're at 1 minute 49 in the first round. So Zicha trying to pull a little bit more of a distance away from Jeff. I think that's probably a good idea, because it looked like when he was attacking from too close, it wasn't working well for him. Jefferson still looking for and he does a parry and repose. It's counted, even though he missed the first one. But he gets the right of a second hit when Zicha passed him. So 4-1. It's a 3-point lead for Jefferson. He looks comfortable. He's waiting for the offensive action from his opponent. Zicha still looking for a way through, going for the foot. And another one just a little bit too far. The extension was good. The advance was quick, but Jeff was able to just step out of the way, take a very nice sweeping parry, and 6 makes the riposte. 5-1. Nice attack into preparation this time. I think Zicha was still in the midst of preparing. And Jeff goes for a nice beat attack in the low line. Makes the hit. 6-1. And we are closing on in 1 minute. Jeff going forward with a bit of a flare. In my opinion, not a very, very good attempt, because he went for a flesh with a flick to the top of the shoulder, but gives instead an opening for Zicha to stick his hand out and hit cleanly for a 6-2. And again, another parry, very similar to the previous touch. It was the fifth touch actually. It was an extension that was just a little bit too far away. Jeff takes a parry in 6. This time, Jeff trying to take a parry into the low line, but he lets it go just a little bit, and Zicha closes up quite nicely into a close quarter action, manages to make the jab for a 7-3 score. Now, it's interesting because the last couple of touches that we've had, right? Actually, the last many touches that we've had, there have been no double lights so far. In Epe, it's a sport that's usually characterized by many, many double touches, because if you're watching for your opponent's movement and you're able to stick your hand out at the right moment, it's incumbent on the opponent to make sure that he can push your blade away while making a hit, right? So double touches, as you know by now, count if both lights come on. But in the current series of exchanges, you can see that the parries are coming fast and furious, and the fencers are very, very much willing to try to make single lights by making deliberate blocks and parries to the opponent's attack, right? So we're approaching now the first break of a minute, and you can see the fencers signaling and saluting each other that they're going straight to the break. So our referee there, Mr. Neil, has just started a timer for the break. The fencers are going to their respective corners to converse with their teammates and coaches, or to take their break. And it's at this point that the coaches can tell them what to do and how to change the strategy if needed. So this is the first of the 2 semifinals that we're going to have for the men's Epe event. The next semifinal coming up will be between Thaddeus and Glenn. Jefferson looks like he's ready to go. 10 minutes remaining on the clock. And we will shortly see the second round get underway. All right, the score stands at 7-4. The first round was mostly a one-sided affair at the beginning, but Zicha managed to find his footing a little bit better and get a couple of points back. So it went from a mostly 5-point gap now down to a 3-point gap. Let's see what he can do now after having conversed with his teammates. So you can see the big box with the LED lights illuminating the big 2 that shows you it's the second round of 3 starting now. So the second round is starting mostly the same way. A bit of a cagey movement going forward and back. Zicha needs to find a way through, because he knows that if regulation time runs out and he's still down, he will lose the match. So he's got to find a way to score a couple of single light touches to pull the score back to even. Right now, Jefferson looks content to wait it out a little bit. And the fencers should know that if they don't have any appreciable movements or attempts to attack within a minute, that the referee will call for passivity. But that does not happen, because Zicha decides to go for that deep attack again. Looks like he's going to a first moment to feint draw the parry, but he doesn't really get it out. When he goes for the final attack, Jefferson made the parry post. This time he goes for a more direct flush and gets a double light for his effort. Score stands at 9-5. Jeff still fairly content to take the parry, but this time he's releasing the blade a little bit too early. I can see that his posture, he's standing up a little bit. And that cost him the point because he wasn't able to hold on to the block, right? Zicha with a nice strong attack gets a single light. So we're down to 2 minutes, but the score still stands at that 3-point gap. So still looking. Let's see if we can see... this time Jefferson steps in with a search of the blade, right? He catches Zicha's disengages and does a nice parry in 6. And again, right after that, you can see that Zicha's not letting this bout go easy. And he's storming back with a touch every single time Jeff seems to be able to pull away with one of his own. So nice attempt from Zicha. And Jefferson's still standing up a little bit on the parry, so that's not serving him very well. I think Zicha needs to find a way through the parries and capitalize on the fact that Jefferson's willing to actually stand on the spot to take the parry repost there. He's still trying to bait out the opponent with some feints, some fake body actions as well. And this time Jeff with his own strong action. Yeah. Very nice sudden burst of speed there. I don't think Zicha had a chance there because he was waiting just a little bit too long for the second edition parry. But let's see. Zicha so far has always been able to storm back with his own hit after Jeff pulls seemingly a lead. So let's see what happens here. About 1 minute left in the second round. There's still quite a bit of time, but it's slowly running out, right? At this stage of a match, usually it's really important that the fencer stays calm even if he's down. And chooses good actions. Now, that was a little bit of a big flurry of a parry from Jeff. Not one that I think that he should be doing too many of. Nice attempt by Zicha to the foot. And he makes it through. So again, not letting his bout get away from him. He's been doing a really good job keeping up with the touches. Yeah, Jeff doesn't seem to be able to capitalize on the lead and to maintain a strong defensive posture while having pulled the initial attack. So let's see what happens here. 32 seconds left. Depending on how much Zicha is pushing. Now we're getting very close to the back line here for Jeff. I wonder if he's ready and able to see where he's at. No, this time he makes a parry, but still not really focusing the action correctly. And Zicha manages to just shift his body slightly, avoid the parry while making his own remise after having been getting his blade blocked out. So now it's down to 2. A 2-point lead with 10 seconds remaining. And it looks like the fencers are willing to go to the break. All right. So now we're at the end of our second round. And let's see what the fencers are going to craft in their final round. Now it looks like Zicha's efforts have been working so far. He's not been losing the lead. In fact, he's gotten 1 point back from the initial 3-point lead that opened up with the second round. Jeff, on the other hand, seems to be a little bit more at a loss as to what exactly to do. He's always been able to pull 1 point forward, 1 point ahead, but been unable to capitalize on it and to keep the lead. In my opinion, he's got to be able to work a little harder to mix up the tempo and the distance a little bit after scoring that touch. He seems a little bit too passive right now. But Zicha, on the other hand, is doing the right thing, pushing and mixing up his attacks. So he's going for the foot, for the thigh, for the hand sometimes, and then mixing up with his own flashes and deep attacks. So he's doing good. And if he keeps that up, it's going to look like a pretty tight bout going forward. So let's see. All right, our final round of 3 minutes. Neither fencer seems unduly worried. They both look quite confident going to the final round. So I think we're in for a treat. Jeff looking still like he's content to be a little bit more defensive. And Zicha content to push the blade around for the first few. And a nice flush. Jeff looks like he's a bit like undecided about how he's going to make his action. Zicha, on the other hand, is very, very decisive about his attack. A nice flash that fell, I think, deliberately short and with a remiss to the arm there. So it looked a little bit like a wardrobe fix there, needing just to tighten the glove at the Velcro. This time Jeff with his own response with a flush. Something finally coming out there, but is it enough? He's been a little bit too passive this bout, right? So Zicha is working hard. Nice save on the parry, makes it a double light. So no change to the gap between the two. Now standing only at one touch. It's a close bout. And it doesn't look like Zicha wants to let the time run out, so he's pushing quite hard here. Jeff still looking slightly passive. He's willing to jump in now with his own flesh. So Zicha started his flesh from a little bit far. It was a visible movement though, I think. So he was able to, unable actually, to make a surprise attack on Jeff. And instead manages to catch Jeff coming also at him with a flesh. So 13-12. Remember that we are going to 15, right? So Jeff only has to score 2, and Zicha needs to get to 3 more touches. If they continue to do doubles like what you've seen in the last 2 touches, then Jeff is going to win. So it's imperative for Zicha right now to make a clean single light hit. I'm sure he'll find a way. Jeff looking a little bit more dangerous now, willing to move a little bit more and pushing. This time Zicha unfortunately just gets a little bit too deep. A little bit too deep. He thought, I think, Jeff was going to step back just a little further, but no, that was the moment for Jeff to take into a forward action. And he makes it single, light, so that's 14-12 now. Jeff is sitting on a win if he can make a next double light or a single. Zicha looking to fake at the foot. Is he planning to go low or high? Right, it's a good way to... Unfortunately, this time he opts to go for that step forward lunge, which hasn't really served him very well for the in the bout. A lot of points were lost that way, so not the most correct choice of action there. A valiant attempt by him, to be sure. It was a really nice comeback, but that final touch again a little bit too far ends up with a nice parry post from Jeff. And here we have, that's it, ladies and gentlemen, the 15-12 for the first semi-final, going to Jefferson Chung. And it went the distance with the 3 minutes, and in the third round, actually. But in the end, it was a comfortable win for Jefferson. But again, a great effort from Zicha. Good job. Nice comeback. Yeah. Well done, Zicha. Any words for viewers? What do you think? I will have to say, though, I think that was a great effort from him. And now we have our second semi-final. Second semi-final. With the fencers Thaddeus and... Oh, it looks like Ryan Tan. Thaddeus and Ryan, who beat Glenn. Thaddeus is left-handed, so he will be standing on the left side of the strip. the left of the referee, that is, right? So we can see more of the action and the front of their torso. Ryan will be right. He's right-handed, so he'll be on the right side of the strip. And our referee right now is Mikkel. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're right back at the AVFC, the men's Epe event, semifinal number 2. As you can see, Thaddeus opens up with a nice touch. He's leading 1-0. Both fencers with red masks, so it's kind of interesting. Now, it looked like Ryan was stepping forward. Multiple tempo attack, not very well prepared. Thaddeus looked like she was searching for a parry in 6, but missed. Nonetheless, he managed to stick his hand out and make the stop hit, so 2-0 for him at about 2 minutes and 18 seconds. A nice long attack from Thaddeus. He likes to make these long lunges that end up just a bit low. So catches Ryan there, searching for the parry at 4, in 4 position, but it caught him neatly on thigh for a 3-0 score right now. So nice opening movement actually for Thaddeus here. 3-0 is a nice lead to have. Again, if you're just joining us for the first time, this is the semifinals for the men's Epe event. Now we're going to 15 touches. The first to 15 touches will win this semifinal and book a place in the final with our other semifinal winner, Justin Chong. 4-1. Ryan managed to get his first touch on the board with that double hitch. He's looking for a way through. He's pushing because he knows he can't afford to let the lead fester for too long. And this time he makes it with a nice flush from a good distance. Catches Thaddeus into a forward step and disengages right off around, right to the top, around the outside of Thaddeus' blade. Nice touch to the top of the arm. So that's actually a good hit. He, I think, should be looking for more of those hits. And at the same time, watch out for a little bit of Thaddeus' own attacks into his preparation. Thaddeus, on the other hand, looking like, that was a good moment. Will that call be given? Yes, it will. It looks like it was an initial flash that actually missed the target. Ryan also missed the parry, but Thaddeus managed to just jab the point back in before going past the opponent. You can see the referee hesitating a little bit before giving the touch because it wasn't very clear at first whether the hit was done while he was past the opponent. But hit was given. It's a 5-2 score right now, so the 3-point lead is restored for Thaddeus. And we're ticking down to about 40 seconds left. Ryan still looking dangerous with a nice flash. Again, very nice. This time he didn't go around the outside. He actually switched sides to the inside. Makes a nice direct flash. And 5-3. So we're seeing actually some options for Ryan. He's been able to make the flash work for him from the inside and from the outside. We've also seen Thaddeus look dangerous with his own flashes and thigh hits. Let's see what else they can conjure in this second semifinal of the men's Epe with the Burrow bed. 16 seconds left, but Ryan looks like he's not bothering the time. He's still looking dangerous and pushing. Thaddeus looking like he's waiting it out. 3. Nice flick from Ryan, doesn't connect. And time. So, it's a pretty intense bout so far. But Thaddeus looks very calm about the proceedings. He's waiting, it looks like, for for Ryan to make the first move. Ryan's comfortable to flick at Thaddeus' wrist and hand while looking, I suspect, for a moment to do the flushes which have served him well. So we've seen a couple of nice touches from Ryan with the flushes. He scored off his 3 touches, 2 nice flushes from the inside and from the outside, and hit a nice double. Thaddeus has shown a couple of nice touches with his thigh hits and his own remises in his flesh. But I think the 2-point lead that we're seeing so far are a product of the first 2 not so great movements that Ryan made just now. I think he's coming into the bout quite nicely. So we should see a nice back and forth now. I don't think that Thaddeus is going to have as easy a time to pull the lead. So, second round, and we're off. Thaddeus looks a little bit more, aggressive right now. You can see his posture and his body language. He's pushing forward a little bit more. He went straight for the thigh hit, didn't hit. Ryan moving back quite neatly. He's looking still for the, a nice parry in that exchange from Ryan at the end. He didn't connect, and Thaddeus jumps in with that remise action. Hits again. A really nice attack from Ryan, actually. He took the blade down, missed in almost the same exact way, and Thaddeus again capitalizes with that low hit in and makes that second single leg touch. Now Ryan attempts to make a longer distance attack with a flick, connects but gets a double for his effort. It's 8-4 now with a 4-point gap. That was a little bit too quick, unfortunately, for Ryan. And again, that parry 6 is not working for him very well. He's already caught his the opponent's blade 3 times with that 6, but every time he tries it, he gets a counter attack from Thaddeus into the low line. Again, another 3. Yeah, so 3 points lost from his parry 6. Now he tries a flush, runs a little bit too far and past. That touch is not going to be counted, unfortunately, because he's gone past his opponent. This time, finally making his own direct action. That's definitely served him a little bit better. So a 9-5, pulled back to a 4-point gap. He's got to watch his parry 6. I don't think he should be doing so many of his parry 6s going forward. It's not worked well for him. And another direct attack into the outside line. Too easy for Thaddeus here to just block it out and keep his point in place. So 10-5. Right now we are seeing, unfortunately for Ryan, a lot of unforced errors. Thaddeus is not really actively making those hits, but because of his left-handedness and his posture, he's calm and staying in a good defensive position. Ryan's been unable to find his way through and instead made too many errors. Right now he's making another error by parrying on the spot, you can see. Not moving well enough. And when he tries a little bit harder from afar, which I think is the better strategy, Thaddeus is waiting right now. Thaddeus is comfortable and looking for the double hits, as you can see. So 11-6. If this carries on with too many doubles, it's game over for Ryan. So 1 minute 20. Nice flash. A little bit too obvious, though. He was doing those little jumps in preparation. Thaddeus calmly sticks his hand out and makes it a double. 12-7. So 3 points to the 15-point victory for Thaddeus. Chia on the left. A nice attack from Ryan, but this time Thaddeus actually steps back and disengages his blade neatly into a nice single light touch onto the top of the arm. 13-7, and it's looking like it's getting away from Ryan, folks. This time, a fishing movement from Ryan. He does a nice flick though. It's a good angle. Lands it for a single light touch. He's got to get a few more of these, but he's got to take his time to do it because he's got to not make too many movements too close and get hit while looking for the attack. And unfortunately, it's just a little bit too deep for Ryan. Again, that is able to capitalize on that. 14-8 is the score. That's a 7-point gap with 33 seconds remaining in the second. And it looks like Thaddeus tries a little bit too hard to close it out. Nice parry from Ryan. Parry in 6, a flick down to the back. Nice hit with lots of flair, but is it going to be enough to help him get back into the bout? I'm not so sure about that. 20 seconds left, 14-9. That is being patient here. It looks like, and that is going to be given. It's a very nice parry and a nice finish to the bout. A flashy move, a parry, and a flick right under the armpit into the passing opponent. So Thaddeus Chow wins this comfortably, 15-9, and books a berth in the final against Jefferson Chow. Well done to the fencers. Thaddeus winning it comfortably. And I think we should be seeing the final coming up soon, but so far we are waiting on the final of the men's Epe individual event. The fencers will have a regulation imposed 10-minute break minimum. So there will be a little bit of time before the actual final bout. Okay, guys and girls out there, we are about to start our final for the men's Epe event on the first day of the AVFC 2023. We will have Thaddeus on the left again because he's the left-handed fencer, and Jefferson will this time be on the right. I don't quite see the referee yet, so I'm not sure who we're going to get. But it's likely going to be Mr. Neo or Mikhail, who did the 2 semifinals that we had just now. Now the fencers are just about getting ready. I think we still have a couple of more minutes. So stay patient. Hongxia, what round is that? What round is it? All right, it looks like our fencers are getting dressed and ready to go. So we should be hopefully getting the bout underway soon. So as we await the bout start, I'm going to just get through some of the results for the day that shows how our fencers got to this point of the competition. So during the start of the day, we had Zicher. He was in pool 1, and he came through the pool rounds where the fencers fence 5 touches with everyone else in the group. So basically the group stage of the game, of the competition. He came through the group stage with 5 victories and 1 loss. It was a pretty good result. And Jefferson came through group Jefferson came through Group 7 with a 5-0 victory. So, and during the direct elimination stage, our fencer Thaddeus actually. Jefferson came through the group stage with a 5-0 victory. And our fencer Thaddeus actually came through with, it seems like, a 5-1 victory. So 5-1 for Thaddeus in pool 4. And for Jeff, he won all in his pools. And I think they got through the direct eliminations quite swimmingly. Thaddeus was ranked 7th, it looks like, at first. And he went through Timothy Sim of NTU, then Chase Chow of NTU, 15-13 and 15-8 respectively, before winning just now against Ryan Tan, 15-9. Whereas Jeff from NUS, he got through Jerome Chua of NTU, 15-9, and Fujinami Shunto, 15-2, before beating Zicher 15-12 in the semifinal. And now the bout is underway. Jeff opens up the proceedings with a touch, single light. Nice flash from him, right? A good distance. I think Thaddeus looked like he was looking for a parry, but never really caught on to it. And Jeff finishes quite nicely with a single light, so it's a 0-2 touch, a 0-2 score for Jefferson at this point. 220 on the time at this point. Jefferson pushing, but not very intensively. He looks like he's deliberately slowing down the pace a little bit, watching for the opponent's probing movements. And he takes a parry, tries to flick the point in, but misses, although he did manage to catch onto the parry. A bit of mistake there with the arm, in my opinion. Thaddeus, he's got a good arm position. He makes a single touch, capitalizing the opponent's miss. So 1-2. A bit of an unforced error there, in my opinion. So Thaddeus content to wait a little bit. Jefferson still fishing for that flick. He looks like he's pushing a little bit harder. He wants to make the offensive action. So let's see how he finishes up with. So Thaddeus waiting. Yeah, Thaddeus looks like he's waiting for the attack, but seems like he's actually ready for the attack in preparation. And there we go. So he goes for that flash as he feels himself being pushed closer to the end line, and yeah. So this is a important understanding that's required for this call. So what's happening here? You can see that is a little bit confused, but what is correct is that when Thaddeus made the flash, he exited the piste at the point where Jefferson didn't move back. So the correct replacement distance is for you to be going out 1 meter back from where the opponent was standing, because Thaddeus unfortunately flashed out of the piece along the side a little bit too early. So when he was replaced, he was pushed off the back line. Therefore, Jefferson gets a touch. Okay, so for those of you who are a little bit confused by that score, it was because of the fact that Thaddeus flashed out of the piece very, very, very quickly. That was a mistake, right? So now he's come back though with his own flash. This time, very much like Jefferson's second touch. Jefferson goes for the parry, but does a flick instead of a more solid riposte, and Thaddeus capitalizes with a remise. So 2-3. So for those of you who are joining us again for the first time and are watching fencing, also for the first time, this is the Epe event, the men's individual event in the finals. We are going to 15 touches. The first to 15 will win, and they have to strike the opponent first and get the light on the box to score. If two lights both get on, then both fencers will score. Okay, now if you're unfamiliar with the weapon is made in a way such that you have to hit with the tip of the blade. So you have to depress the point of the weapon on the opponent's body. And in the case of Epe, any part of the body will do, including the foot, including the hands, even on the mask. So the fencers are now conversing with their teammates. We have 15 seconds left in the 1 minute break before proceeding to the second round. So now on to the second round. Referee Mikhail resets the time to 3 minutes. And the score stands at 2-3. So let's see what the fencers are going to do. Jeff looks like he's patient about the distance. He doesn't look like he wants to push too far. Thaddeus too, being patient. Look, you can see that the movements are a little bit less quick as in the previous bouts, because these two fencers actually know each other fairly well. So they know what each other is capable of. The feeling I get is that they don't want to make the errors that might cost them too many points, right? That they normally do in training bouts with each other. So Jeff runs away though with a quick 2-point lead in the opener after about 30 seconds. First one was a nice touch, and then the second one was a nice touch to the underarm. And now this third touch again, Thaddeus just stretching a little bit too far. He didn't really close up the gap and the distance, and was stop hit on the top of his arm by Jeff. Now Jeff going in with his own attack, looked like he was fishing for a moment into preparation. Didn't quite get it with a double light. This time he does another quick attack. So in the space of about 45 seconds, right, you're seeing quite a number of touches coming. This time Thaddeus does the parry but doesn't make the hit as Jeff runs past. So Thaddeus a little bit more antsy now. You can see him pushing forward a little bit more deliberately. He's got to be careful here not to get too deep, I think, because Jeff looks like he's about to use his forward movement to attack. And another unforced error from Jeff. Parrying and releasing the blade is not a good idea here, but he does it and gets hit for his trouble. Very much like the previous touches. Yeah, Thaddeus going forward with a nice solid arm position. So he capitalizes on that mistake by keeping his point centered nicely. So 4-7, a 3-point gap with about a minute and a half left. This time Jeff flashing forward. There was a bit of a hard strike on the guard, actually. You could hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can from here to tell you that the parry wasn't perfect. Instead, the tip of one of the weapons got caught in the guard. So, nevertheless, it was just Jeff's single touch. So, 4-8 in the second round. Jeff looking like he wants to push a little bit now. Still looking for that flick. And the touch on the wrist. Thaddeus content to make that parry and maybe a remise when Jeff runs past him, but yeah, it wasn't going to land at this point. So Jeff pushing, and this time a looping parry over the top, and he makes a single touch. 1 minute left, 5-point lead for Jeff. Thaddeus has to be able to pick a better distance right now. He's not really allowing himself to control the distance well. If he stands a little bit too much, not a good idea. But now he's mixed it up a little bit. He's gone for that foot touch, right? Or for that thigh touch. And Jefferson, being a little bit too eager, looked for it with a parry. And bad idea, in my opinion, because he let Thaddeus hit. Now we see a nice flash from Jeff. Thaddeus was looking for his own opening, just a little bit too close, so it's a double light. And right off the bat, when the referee said Ale, he flashed off the line. I think he was trying to just surprise Thaddeus with that hit. He does, though. Nice flick this time through the parry. 6-11, back to a 5-point lead for Jeff. 28 seconds left. Now Thaddeus a bit nervous, going forward a little bit strongly. A bit of a clash there. Not a very convincing hit in my opinion. But Thaddeus wasn't really ready for that either. So Jeff gets in close, makes a prim hit. This time Thaddeus again, very nervously coming forward. Jeff does a stop hit up to the top of the arm. 7-point difference now. It's starting to open up a little bit. Jeff needs to stay sharp. Thaddeus needs to, on the other hand, fish for the touches. He should be being a little bit. He should be a little bit more patient, actually, about the bout, because at this point, rushing to finish it is not a good idea. All right, Jeff has to make 2 more touches to win, and Thaddeus has shown that he's capable of making the single lights, but he's got to craft the moments, right? So what's worked for him so far are the thigh touches. He's been able to maybe sometimes draw Jeff out to make the correct top hits if Jeff does a few too many flicks and big actions with his arm. And Remy's actions when Jeff takes too big a parry. So if I were to give Thaddeus any advice right now, it would be to look out for those errors, right? On the other hand, Jeff needs to just stay calm. He's got good moments that he can pick for the flushes. And he's been doing some of his parries better now. His attempts to the wrist have worked very nicely. And if he can keep that up while keeping a good distance, he might just be able to bait out Thaddeus into a nice stop-it action. So, we're now into the final round of the finals at the Asian Varsity Fencing Championships 2023 for the men's Epe individual event. This is it. Thaddeus has 3 more minutes in the final round to turn this around, and Jeff needs just to hold on to his lead. He's got to make 2 touches to seal the deal. So he's pushing forward, and he confidently takes that flick to the underarm of, that's quite an interesting little flick, right, of Thaddeus, and makes it 6-14. Tries a little bit too hard for a final coup de grace, but a little bit too slow there. Thaddeus with a very nice long stretch to the arm, to the body hit. 7-14. Let's see what happens now. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like a... And Jefferson still trying to make like a nice finish for the hit. Falls a little bit short on that flick to the back. Thaddeus capitalizes on that mistake. 8-14. It's still a 7-point difference, though, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So plenty of time. Jefferson still looking for that flick action. And this time, Thaddeus with a nice long attack. Just a little bit too long, though. Jeff is ready for it. He steps back. A nice, clean, classical touch to the top of the arm. And there you have it. 8-14 in the finals. Jefferson Chong takes the win. And Thaddeus has to settle for the silver. All right. Thank you so much for joining us so far. But stay tuned. We will be back later with the semifinals and the finals of the men's Saber individual event today on day 1 of the Asian Fencing Championships. Asian Varsity Fencing Championships 2023.
Oh, like that is fine. Yeah. Okay, you can get off the corner. Congratulations to our winners.
I'm a lesson learned my request.
Welcome to Asian Varsity Fencing Championship 2023. If you're watching the live stream, thank you so much. Stay tuned for the next round of fencing.
Men's Saber in the quarters finals is starting on Piste 1 in 3 minutes. As such, the live stream will also be starting soon. Could we kindly have spectators not to walk across the cameras? And for spectators sitting at the middle sitting gallery, please only exit by the right side. Thank you.
How's the coming season?
Oh, now? Oh, okay.
Just now, whenever.
Okay. Yeah, what's the art?
National competition? Now pass here. You go up this door, then you walk one round, right? Oh my god. They kept pushing her. Yeah.
wrong course, is it? No wrong course.
But must be like safe questions. Yeah. Okay. So we have what? Is it 6? 6, yeah. All right. All right, so I'm back. This is live to you straight from the SMU School of Law at the Asian Varsity Fencing Championships 2023. We're still waiting on, I think, the... Is this the top 4 already? Yes, okay, so this is the top 4 of the men's Saber individual bouts. And we have a Filipino fencer on the left and our very own Sean Koh on the right. We are still, I think, waiting for the referees to show up, so it'll just be a couple more minutes. And I've got the live chat open in front of me, actually. So if you guys, and I see there are more people coming on, that's great. 12 people now. If you've got any questions that you have about the competition that I can answer or about fencing in general, please go ahead and shoot any questions you might have. All right, we're still waiting for the referee here, but I think it's just going to be a couple of more minutes. So looking at the results, Sean Koh on our right, he came through in the top 32. New Ka Hian from CJC, 15.8. And then he beat Caleb Tan from SP 15.8 before defeating Cortez Larco from Philippines 15.5. And for his opponent on the left, Marquez Kurt Rosat, Marquez came through Ng Junrui from SMU in the 32, 15.5, and beat Aiden Deng from TP 15.2 before winning in the top 8 against Lim Jin Yang of NUS 15.9. So this is the first semi-final starting just about now. All right, so for those of you who are not so familiar with Saber, it's a weapon where you can slash as well as hit with the tip of the blade. And the action is really quite quick. So unlike Epe just now, you won't see the clock ticking down because the action is generally quite fast, too fast for the clock to be of any use, really. Okay, so last touch, simultaneous attack from both fencers. The referee, Sasha, will not call that, will not separate that. Same thing for the previous hit, double hit. And again,
at the same time simultaneous. So the referee is a very, very critical figure in this event, mainly because she is the one that has to make the choice, right? Make the determination of who has the right of way. Unlike in Epe, where if the light comes on, you simply score. Okay? In Saber, you have to show that you have the right of way, either by A, attacking first, or B, be the one to successfully deflect your opponent's blade last. Yeah? So in this case, you can see Sean floating into a nice elongated attack, and he takes a cut at the end, hits the opponent without any impediment. And again, Sean attacking into the Filipino fencers like preparation. You can see the arm pulled back on the left. Yeah, he's frustrated, you can see. He's trying to figure out what to do. In Saber fencing, it's really critical to keep your head, stay calm, and try to spot the opponent's mistakes when you go. So the attack from Sean missed. Filipino fencer attacks and lands the touch. Sean going for a counter attack there, fails to block it out. Filipino fencer touch. 1-4. And the attack from the was initially together, then the restart also together. So no clear advantage to either fencer. The point wasn't given. Now Sean making an attack in a stutter step, fools the opponent into a stop, makes a cut. And again, still considered a simultaneous attack. So our referee here, Sasha, she's not separating a lot of the hits. She's looking for the convincing movement from the fencer in terms of the forward advance as well as the arm action to decide who scores. And that is a good example of how the attack should arrive, right? Nice action off the line, deliberate and fast, and the arm coming out. This time, she calls the preparation for Sean. His arm was just a bit pulled back when he made the cut. Attack from the left. This time again, Sean making a nice long attack. Makes the cut to the top of the arm. Yeah, it's 2-7, I believe. And another simultaneous call. No separation. Still simultaneous call. The Filipino fencer is getting quite frustrated, as you can see. He obviously thinks that some of these calls are for him, but really it's about making sure that you show the referee that your attack is in fact coming out first. Now Sean, with the chance to push here, he's doing slowly, doesn't want to get caught in an off position and get hit. So, and he attacks, gets parried unfortunately. So the last movement was just a little bit too long. This time the Filipino was able to pull Sean short with his lunge. Makes the parry, 3-7. Sean again getting pulled short. So he's starting to slow a bit and get a little bit too short in his attacks. And this time he makes it a nice cut to the wrist. And we are down, we are on to our break. The score now is 4-8. 4-8. And for Saber, as you can see, the bout goes fast and furious, right? So there is no clock for the actual bout, but at 8 points, when one of the fencers hits 8 touches, there will be an enforced 1-minute break. So that's what's happening right now. We've got 30 seconds left. The fencers will go back to their corners, take that sip of water and clear their head a little bit, think about what they need to do. In Saber fencing, you have to be very calm and very, very quick to watch what the opponent is doing as they get off the line, so you can make a right decision about what action to do. Right? It does not help if you are very, very stressed out or anxious about what's happening. So it's important right now to be able to clear their head and do the action correctly. All right, and now we're on to our second round for this 15-point bout in Saber. And off the bat, right? Filipino with a fierce attack. He catches Sean napping a little bit. Gets the point. Another nice touch. This time he fools Sean with a feint to disengage and switch over to the other side. 6-8. Sean makes the parry this time. And it's 6-9. A bit of preparation for Sean. There's a deliberate action to watch a little bit, and the Filipino fencer capitalizes to make the attack first. This time Sean with a nice looping lunge. He pulls it really long. Filipino was looking for the attack, and no, he's disagreeing with the referee, but I have to say I 100% agree with the referee's call. If what you do in Saber is, in this particular case, you are trying to elevate your front leg as you advance and make the lunge, right? You can fool your opponent into thinking that you made the stop, which Sean didn't. So Sean was able to finish off nicely. Yeah. This one was a simultaneous action. Both fencers pulled back their arms a little bit. So, nothing done. And a really nice touch from Sean, actually. He's got this move where he can finish with the point of the weapon, the wrist, actually, really, really nicely. Makes a single light, 7-11. Now he's got to make the push. And he does so just as he, in fact, pushes the opponent off the strip. 7-12. There's a pullback in Sean's arm in this movement. Yes, so he did a really good lunge, but the error with his arm cost him the point. And you can sort of see that happening in the previous touch. Now, here, an attack from Sean, and he kind of slid, but not before making that touch. This time, jumping a little bit too much and pulling his arm back. The jump is to fold the opponent into giving a moment for the attack, but unfortunately, he ran into the opponent's counter-attack. And still no separation here. The referee will be looking out for who's getting off the line faster, and then also who's extending the arm better. Yeah. And you've got to be real careful not to get off the line earlier than the referee says, Ale. And this is a very nice touch from Sean, very elegant. He stepped off the line, made the stop, fooled the opponent into a stop as well, and restarted before the Filipino was able to start. This one was more close, both together on the restart, so the reprise action neither had a priority. No touch. Very close again to that extension, the early extension from Sean, but just enough. Both are simultaneous. So, 9-14 still. The attack still called simultaneous here. I think Sean was very close to getting it first, but just a little bit insufficient. Nice cut and missed. The Filipino fencer looking now for the attack, and that arm and the preparation. A little bit too high, a little bit too pulled back. Very nice counter-attack from the fencer on the right, and Sean wins it. 9-15. It's a pretty nice score, quite convincing. And the Filipino was mounting a good attack in the second half of the bout in the initial stages, but Sean found his composure again and was able to hold off the attacks and closed out for a very nice 9-15 win. So for those of you watching, the sport of Saber fencing is actually a very, very fast-paced one, as you can see. What's really important when you fence Saber is to show the correct action with your advance and with your arm, right? The legs are most important, but closely followed by how you are making that action with the arm. The other thing that's really important that people tend to forget about is that there is a limit to how long you have to actually hit your opponent. So if you get struck first, you actually literally only have just a little over a tenth of a second to hit your opponent true. That's why, like in the last touch, for example, you could see that Sean made the counter attack and was able to get his green light only on. The opponent had no chance to actually make the touch, even though he was attacking. So that's what we call a blockout time in fencing. And in Saber, it's a really, really short amount of time. So that's something to pay attention to when you watch the fencers now. The actions have to be sharp and concise and efficient enough. If you see a lot of wild swings, then the opponent is very likely going to take advantage of that.
You commentate the finals.
All right, so the other semifinal was going on green, Piste Green. Is just over. If you were following it, you can see that Tan Ka Hong from SMU won that, coming back from a 13-11 deficit. So nice victory for him. So Emmanuel goes back with the bronze medal. The final will be on shortly, in about, I think, 10 minutes or so, with Sean on one side and Ka Hong, both from SMU, on the other.
Men's Saber finals happening on Piste 1. Fencers please stand by with starting at 4:35.
So we'll be starting at 4:35 in about 10 minutes. Again, this is normal regulation time given to the fencers for rest in between bouts.
Oh, guess what? Guess what? Job's not done.
So Ka Hong's supporters very enthusiastic there. Very good. He looks like he's raring to go. Still a bit of time to go though.
Come on, go 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Oh, there. I don't know, the way it's kind of like, you know robots and Hong, when you score a point, can you moan? Can you moan when you score a point? Dude, 30 minutes.
Okay, it looks like we are about to get underway. So the referee has just come onto the piste, and the fencers are ready. We're a little ahead of schedule, but I think Sabers like to get things done fast, so this makes sense. So the fencers are just about getting on right now. I think perhaps some sort of like a equipment issue with Kong here. Just checking the reel to make sure that's working correctly. Sean is already hooked up and ready to go on the right side of the strip. And Kong is on the other side. Just switching out the reel. This is the finals of the men's Saber individual event at the Asian Varsity Championships 2023. This is day one of the event, and this is our second gold medal bout of the day. I hope everybody's doing fine on this fine day. And it's Friday. Where we're just getting the fencers hooked up right now. And I think we should be underway in just a couple of more minutes. Yeah, very soon. So if you are watching fencing for the first time, this is the Saber event. So for the Saber event, the target to hit is everywhere above the waist, including the arms and the wrists, right? You can't hit the hand to score, but you can hit the head, and you can hit with the point of the weapon or the side. Now, it's important again to understand that the referee needs to see whether the fencers have priority, either through attacking first or by taking the parry last, okay? So the referee, the gentleman standing in front, is a critical part of the entire event. Now you can see it's going fast and furious. Already we're at 2-2. The fencers trading hits, and you can see that the attacks are coming fast and furious from either fencer. Now the referee so far has been very, very consistent about the calls. He obviously doesn't like certain hand actions, and he considers them as not an attack or a slow attack. So Sean's, I think, understood that. He's adjusting a little bit now, but it seems to me like every time he cuts under the arm, he loses out in terms of the speed of the action. And here the referee's called parry post for Sean, so 3-5. Sean making a nice long looping lunge, very interesting little sweep at the end with an elevated lunge. And now he's able to push the opponent all the way to the end and finishes very, very confidently at the end line of his opponent. 3-7. An attack from the right this time. Yes, correct. So the referee sees the action that Sean's doing, and I think Sean's understood what the referee is looking for. As I said before, the referee is really critical to a Saber bout because he observes your actions and he has to make the decision about whether you are going first or not in the attack. Everything happens very, very quickly, and a lot of touches are made inside of the 4-meter zone, which is where the fencers start, right, to fence. So in this particular case, I think Sean's adapted to the calls that were made against him at the start of the match. You can see that he finished his arm much faster and a shorter distance as well. So he caught that last point quite nicely. His opponent is going to have to really change up the preparation and try to figure out how to break Sean's grasp of that 4-meter strategy now if he's got to have any hope of coming back to the game. As it stands though, Sean looks like he's got a commanding lead, and he looks quite confident about how he's going to deal with the 4-meter strategy. And this time, simultaneous action, so no touch. An attack fell short from Ka Hong. Sean attacking, falls prey to Ka Hong's running away stop cut, right? So it's a single light, a good chance to come back now. Attack missed again. This time, Ka Hong capitalizes with a swipe just enough. And again, a third touch in a row. Attack from the left. Sean caught like watching a little bit too long. Sean coming back with his own change of tempo and makes a cut. Pulls one back, 6-9. Still a 3-point lead. Sean restarting off the line, but I think the referee is not calling that. He's calling it as a simultaneous. Sean again finishing up very nicely. Ka Hong is making a mistake, standing still, trying to take the parry. He should be moving a lot more. This was called as an attack no from Ka Hong. Ran into Sean's guard, parry post to the right. And again, Sean doing his looping lunge. Ka Hong suddenly seemingly toothless. He's not moving. That's not going to go well for him. This time, much better with the preparations. Fooled Sean in terms of whether he is going back or forward, and managed to catch Sean with a single stop cut. Sean looking for the hit, jumping a little bit, and blasts through. Final touch was a beat, and then finishing strong to the head. 7-13. Sean watching carefully. And he thought he had it, but Ka Hong had a very nice clutch parry at the end. Nice parry 4. Sean was doing really well to make the approach, but towards the end he kind of like didn't expect that final parry. But this time a very nice strong hit. Ka Hong getting caught there. 8-14. Attack falls short. Sean has to not rush here and managed to finish off really nicely with an early extension, right? Straight to the top of the wrist. So an 8-15 bout, very clear bout. Well done to Sean. It was a good fight back from Ka Hong at the start of the second round. He managed to pull back 3 points in a row really quickly, but Sean adjusted up the distance again and didn't make any more unforced errors after that. So, good fight. It was looking competitive for a little bit, but towards the end, Sean puts it away quite convincingly. So, and I think that's it for me for the day. We still have one more final coming up. It's the women's foil event, and I'm sure you'll be in for a treat for that. But for me, for today, I'm signing off. Thank you all for listening. This is Henry. Bye-bye for now.
Man Saber in the final comes with us. Introduce me again to Piste 1. Thank you. Shoko, Kaho, and Manuel, please come to Piste 1. Thank you. And my request to
The boyfriend, I just raised it. I don't fucking know his name.
How you know? How you know?
Sorry, sorry.
Saber individual prize winners, make your way to Piste 1 now, please.
You just do up. I'll hold my water. No, I think I will.
Congrats, bro.
You will now be starting the ceremony for Man Saber individuals. Before we start, we want to thank co-sharing from Youth Club for today's commentary. Now, could Aiman, Chairman of AVFC, please come forward to present the prize to our winners. Enjoying third place, we have Marquez Kurt Rosa from University of Central Thomas and Emmanuel Lin from Singapore Polytechnic. In second place, we have Tan Kao from Singapore Management University. And in first place, we have Shaw Winners. Winners, please proceed to the judging table to collect your sponsored prizes and winners.
one of them.
Is Daniel coming? Daniel, to the announcers, can you get all the other people out of the technical area, please? Can you get some people in the hall to do a bit of crowd control, please? We got one of Crystal's friend happily sitting there and eating and